5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're live with Neve.
All right, and happy Friday. Happy Friday to everybody. Here we are. You're on Live with me. And my gosh, we're looking here at drugs for politicians. I may be in the wrong page. So let me, that's kind of weird. Well, I hope I've sent the proper invites. I'm sure it'll be coming up here on the field. Let's see. Any notes? Nope. So, happy Friday. What's going on, everybody? I hope this week's not baked you to the point of where you're all dry and desiccated, if you will. I've been having a pretty good week. I really have no complaints this week so far, but give me a little time. All right, so we have, let's see, criminal trials would be decided by convention. Explorer says evidence convinced him is overwhelming, leads like mafia case, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Four-way McDonald's. Let's see. I'm trying to look here, people, for something good. Welcome to the Live with Neve show. I'm your host, Neve, and today it's just going to be me and Mandy. When she gets here, I'm going to go ahead and just pop her another invite just in case. Invite, copy. Yeah, we got this going on, people. Copied, and we'll just go over here, and I'm going to send her just a quick message. Where the hell are you, Mandy? We'll find you. Mandy, I'm in the backstage and you're not. Wow. So people, I'm going to see you on another line. Hang on. We're going in. No. Leave studio. I don't know what's going on here. Oh my God, people. We're going to have to send one to Mandy again. That's all. We'll deal with this. All right. Paste. I should be. Okay, let's see, people. We got 9 of you out there who I'm just trying to clear up with this. Say we got Joe Pop, all kinds of stuff from a day ago. Okay, that's not right now. Cool. So this afternoon I have really great talent. I have this great keyboard player coming on, and I'm sorry with all the little pandemonium here. We'll get to him in a moment. We will try and find Mandy. Maybe I'll just try and find her. Enter studio. There we go. No, now there's 2 of us. Something's weird. There we go. Oh, hey, Mandy. We're like roaming around the audience various pages, and we're here now. So, how are you this weekend? Happy Friday. How long? How long before you're back at the grind? Like August? Cool. Right. Spreads out. Yeah, yeah. Well, I can dig on that. It's certainly we have to wear many hats to be in the entertainment industry. Some to pay the bills. Yeah, some to have some fun. Don't worry, life goes up and down. Money comes, it's just more fun. It's always fun though. I mean, I saw that yesterday. That is what it's about. Have you taken him to the Thomas Edison Museum yet? Menlo Park. Now that is something that is really a cool thing, and I tell you this just because my mom took me there when I was about 7, I'm guessing. How old's your son? About 5, 6, 9? Wow, that just shows me how long I've been without kids. They're like in their 40s. But no, that's really cool. At the age she's at, I know I still remember that. Like, I had to be 5 or 7, somewhere around that. And I remember just they had the film movie studio where they used to film. They would spin it and open the roof up to get enough natural light to shoot the video. And I thought it was cool. And the fact that he invented recording and a lot of things. I mean, the lights we take for granted. It's a great thing, and it's kind of an all day. I still remember down to the detail of us going to this place that looked like Satriali's pork store in Halden, New Jersey. A bunch of Guidos out front hanging around. Look at that kid. You don't steal nothing in here, we'll kill you. That kind of thing, right? But went and got this massive Italian sub, and I can almost still taste the crunch in my head. It's funny how things when you're a child, that was like a big deal to us. And it's still. So when I moved back to New Jersey, like 12 years ago, I like drove all around trying to find it, and I finally, got my little. It was back when TomTom. I didn't have any cell phone watch yet or anything with a GPS. In fact, I had a TomTom, which my I tell you what, I saved my ass. One night I went out on a date. We came down here, and we went out to dinner at the Outback or something. And she really took me down here just to show me to her friends to see if I passed the sniff test. Because what happened is that we had gone out for dinner, and no, we went out for lunch at like noon. And she had her girlfriends all set up to call like every hour and a half. I didn't know about that shit yet because I'd been married for a long time and just never entered in my mind how it is dating. It gets weird. So for girls as well as men. And while we're having dinner, the phone rings and I see her. I tell she's like, oh shit. So she goes, I'll be right back. I'm thinking, oh great. She's got a dude or something calling her. It's going to be awkward. I didn't know what to think. I just met her. But she comes back and we end up sitting there talking, and then about 2.5 hours later, she got another call, and same kind of awkward moment of wandering off. I was like, it's okay though, we're having fun. So she had made a deal then. I'm going to bring the schmuck down here to you guys and let you hang out with him and see. So she asked me, do you want to come down to Rumson and hang out? And I'll introduce you to my friends. It was a great night. It was my first date with her, and I met like one of my best friends still after all these years. He just moved to South Carolina, but when we got there and hung out, it went, I guess, well because they didn't say, "Oh, got to get rid of this dude." And Kevin vouched for me. Him and I just got along like brothers from the first time we met. He has a similar sixth sense of New Jersey humor like I do, and we both right away were like, "I don't know about these two, where this is gonna go, but nice to meet you, man. Let's go fishing or do something." Anyhow, it's funny how life is. 10 years ago, when I first moved back here, I just was like a drum set in a car, and here I am. I've got this job starting in a month, so my first month was pretty fun. All I did was goof off and drive down and hang out with this new girlfriend, and We've got our man from across the pond here, everybody. And one thing I'm noticing, we're sitting here talking, and the show's about ready to go on. So, Steve, you hang tight. I've been running my mouth like we're on the air, but we're not. So, oh, okay, let's go back. Where are you? There we go. Okay, Steve's here. I'm going to go live, everybody. So, bear with me. And we did start it kind of unorthodox. I just started yapping at you. So, I'll see you in a minute. It's the morning show. We'll deal. Let's try this again. All right. Here we are. You're waiting for the most watched television show anywhere in the world. Howard Stern, take note, you fucker. You're going to be live with Neil and Mandy and the cast of Millions. All right, all right. Happy, happy, happy Friday. Man, I'm glad the weekend's here. It's just been a cluster F of a week. As you can see behind me, that's what I'm looking at up to my right. Basically, that was a few hours ago. It looks kind of crappy, but now the sun is out. It's hot. You know that if you've been outside. I went out to take the garbage out, ended up soaked. But you can tell, just for you, I put on a new t-shirt, put on a little underground Lume, hoping to be my new ingredient for drummers everywhere. Because if you're a drummer and you smell bad, you take a big glop of this stuff and you slather it on all over you, and you grab another slop and you kind of go downstairs, you do your ass, you do it behind your ears, anywhere you might have a funky ass odor. But I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be doing my own ad just for them. We're going to slightly change the name so that, and I'm going to have different socio-ethnic groups giving their reaction to Lume. Because remember, smelling like ass is a natural worldwide phenomenon, trust me. There's certain parts of the world where you get off the plane, and just use this. If you're ever blindfolded and you get off a plane and they put you in a suitcase, you know you're probably in Europe or somewhere because they're going to slip you in. However, if you're somewhere, let's say in the southern half of the world, Africa, South America, places where you're not familiar with how things go on the local scene, like you don't know where to go get a drink or pick up a bag of smoke, or if the government's going to drag you off just for being a white boy with long hair. You can't tell I'm hiding it, see? Yeah, it's all gone. I'm going to cut it off and sell it to cancer victims now. Of course, there's a great organization. If you're ever going to cut your hair, I'm going to maybe think about doing it one of these days. But you can help some kid who doesn't have hair. And if they want some of mine when I get tired of this hot rat's nest, I'm going to do it. So I've got some responses to some comments I made earlier. We'll get to those in a moment. And I'm just looking at good news for the day. Let's see what we have. There's all kinds of new Trump indictment and non-indictment, and people saying he's innocent, people saying he's guilty, and people saying he's somewhere in between, and people fighting and getting all pissed off. So that's all you got to know today. People are angry at each other and at Donald Trump and at Biden and at everybody. They're angry at everybody. As for me, I'm not angry at anybody. Mandy, you look like you. Can you hear me, babe? Oh, look at her. She's in here. All right, Mandy's going. She's going into the. She's like getting delving deep into the lurking underbelly of this software program. I think I'm going to get you a better. That green screen image sucks. We're going to have to get you one that's. I don't know. We'll get you a I don't know, a live with Neve one. That's all I have to do is send you one. But that's cool. I didn't know you could change those. That's very cool. Look at this. Now she got the green screen, but I wonder. Add to stream. Can I add green screen shit to her? We're learning, people. I'm sorry. This is what you pay for. With the price being right, I would think we should have relatively few complaints. Speaking of which, something I'm going to be doing, and please don't feel like I'm going to guilt this into you. Both Mandy and I, if you don't give generously, liberally, and largely, we're both going to be sleeping on the street, man. I mean, we're talking like she's got a kid. We're going to have like two minivans, and we're going to have the whole broadcast network center somewhere down by the Meadowlands. And it's going to be tough. I'm telling you, but we're going to tough it out. We're going to make this show all it's meant to be. And while I'm sitting here, I see our lovely friend from abroad. Our Aussie abroad is still abroad, man. This guy's vacation has been so fun because even the stuff that you haven't seen, I've gotten to see because when he ships it to us, it's really cool. We'll be bringing him on in a minute, and I'm just going to go through one or two news things. Then I'm going to check in with our girl Mandy Shee, the Twisted Ginger herself. I want to do an ad for them where I go, yes, Twisted Ginger tonight, 455 horsepower of Twisted Ginger. You red fucks, get on out there now or you'll die. Or Don Garlitz will come and run his car in your yard. Oh, Don Garlitz is dead. I know this. He passed away, and one of my friends used to date his sister. And that was like dating, say if you were in England, that would be like getting married with Charlie Horseface. I'm going to take a poll in a little while of all the ladies. How much would it take to sleep with Prince Charles? Just an actual question. Because, I mean, it's a fair question. He's an ugly bastard. We've known his history. I'm pretty sure that he's got bad breath, but I don't know. Don't quote me on that. He just looks like the kind of guy who's like, oh, my groom didn't flip my teeth and give me a good brushing this morning. If anybody knows what floating teeth is, it has to do with owning a horse. Not that I'm making any speculation about the nature of his wife or his face. Um, in other bad political news, bad, good, it's all bad these days. Fed's favorite inflation measure cools further. That means the favorite one is the one that's most favorable. I just say that thinking about math. Let's see. Unhappy with right wing leaders, a lot of Israelis are leaving. Not so good. Um, we can't coexist anymore. Miami weighs outdoor sleeping crackdown for the homeless. Okay. Homeless is such a problem, but I know one thing. We got a lot of people we just bailed in over the border and we told them all to get to work. We don't know where they are, and I'm guessing they're not homeless because we can't find them. They've lost 40% of the people who've come over the border since 3 years ago or 2 years ago. We now have babies going to the gym. That's for all you little poodle moms who have the little dog and you like walk in. Yes, I need service now, and they typically end up being Karens. Now we have, while we're talking about just interesting stuff, I'm going to go through the news of the day, and we're going to get a woman's perspective on some of these subjects. In fact, I'm going to bring her on now so we can keep Steve laughing in amusement. We're about to do the break, and we're going to be going to England and seeing some great stuff. More people are replacing booze with ketamine. Um, hmm, I can believe that. I just don't know if it's really a great idea. Okay. Having worked in a vet clinic, I will tell you that ketamine is a narcotic. Actually, it's a hypnotic, and they use it to neuter cats. In fact, from what I've seen, because I saw one of my doctor's kids do some ketamine once, and his dad, the doctor, wasn't there. It was myself and another doctor working as techs. He was in the back getting us ready to do surgery. When I hear glass breaking and crap getting dragged around in a big crash, I go back and the guy had been sniffing halothane and taking this cat anesthetic. Halothane's what they give you in a gas tube to put you in a really state of mind. You feel like Michael Jackson style fucked up. It's just like, so, so as I hear this crash, I go back there. He's got the whole anesthetic machine has fallen onto the floor, broken. There's fucking methane, or not methane, whatever the gas was. The whole room, as soon as I walked in, I went, oh, oh shit, man. Back in 77. So I dragged him out. I go, what in the hell are you doing, you moron? I can't use the name because if he hears this, he knows what a dumbass he looked like. I drag him out. The boss is like up there with a patient. And I just said, I'll be right back. I'm going to go investigate. Probably a dog got loose in the back, I'm thinking to tell the client. I go back. Numbnuts is coming at me, and he's got sheets of snot coming out his nose. He's fucked up. He can't walk. I just looked at him. I went, you need to just go back to your dad's office, close the door, don't lock it, and get on the couch. Do not come into the practice. We have a client here, and we have like two more in 10 minutes because I've been fucking around with you. They're going to be late getting in. And I go back, and my friend, the doctor, he looks at me. He goes, everything under control? I winked at him. I said, I'm on the job. Everything's good. Man, it was like it was a trip, man. And plus knowing, I don't, people like think they're going to do any drug they want. Look, I've taken plenty of drugs in my life. I grew up in the 70s. I did some of them more than once. I didn't just inhale. Sometimes I went into full scale enjoyment. However, I've never been one for like taking things that make you like, like I wouldn't take like 10 hits of acid just to see how fucking out in the cosmos. You know what I mean? It is. You come back, you'd be like an orange, sit in a room and be like, "Oh no, I'm a cockroach." Who knows? You know, I just, yeah, it's just too crazy. And what's up with our clock timer here? It's really weird. No, what they do is they get this animal tranquilizer, and then they mix it with like crack or any kind of cocaine. It's called Flocka, or no, I'm getting them confused. There's a new drug out that in Philly, all the people are standing around like this, looking at the ground. They don't move. You could literally go up and like, if I wanted to, I could do a surgical amputation of the first joint with relatively no bleeding, because if you know how to do it, which I've seen doctor when I worked at the clinic for 10 years, I've seen digits on cats. We had to remove it because some asshole declawed their cat and didn't do it right. If you're out there, don't declaw your cat's front claws unless he's a real schmuck. Just trim them every day, and you can't tear up your furniture because it's barbaric. That's my cat thing for the day. Um, so let's see, what would you think about this? I'm looking for some questions as a young mom. You've got a kid, and I'm just going to ask you, as the average woman, would you take your kid to this place or that place? And knowing you, I can pretty much go, nope, nope. Um, let's start with the most. Have they had any kind of drag queen uh, gathering at school yet? It, good, good. Important. Very important. That had nothing to do with you, but just some kid we got. The bloody stalk dropped him off. Oh, you don't know. She has a great, cute kid, and I have a son, so when I look at him, he's just like a cute little. He's at that age where there's so much fun. Everything's wondrous and like so. I used to love, like, took my kid to the Natural History Museum in New York, and he just had such a good time. He'd never seen anything like that. And like, I wasn't fully prepared for boys as an adult raising one. My kids were in their 20s, and I have him. And anyhow, it was kind of interesting. And hell, my wife was in her 20s too. What was I thinking? Anyway, I took him to the museum, and like, I can't find him. I'm having that moment of parental terror. He's found big, he found the big, huge oyster shell that can like eat you and I and him and a couple other people. Be like going down in that thing they went down to the Titanic on. It didn't look good if it closed. Well, he's sitting up in it just laughing his ass off because I can't find him. When I saw him, I said, "What are you laughing at?" He goes, "I was just hiding from you." Yeah, I was like, "Yeah, that's pretty funny, little shit." But he is cute. It was a great time. And New York's such a great place to have kids and go do stuff like that. Um, so babies are now hitting the gym. I think that's like over parenting. What do you think? Right. I know. They'll have this little kid, like, he's going to be doing, those fucking pumping it out stuff. Well, listen, we've got, let's see what the time we've got here. Well, we're perfect. Look at that. It's becoming 6 cents, 6 seconds to a commercial. So we're going to go to a break real quick, and we're going to bring on our man Steve. For everybody watching this show, morning shows are going to get a little more free form, and you get to, if you're out there, you can comment more and add your voice to the party, so to speak, even more than normal. And I know Mandy, we're going to give her some kind of a really new, cool update to do. You've got to be thinking about it because I want you to do something that takes advantage of your comedic ability and you're just all around, smiley and sparkling personality. You can be as sinister as you would like or as kind as you like. I've kind of considered this helping the masses learn a woman's side of things, of living in New Jersey. Just single women in New Jersey, got a kid. There's thousands of ladies like you out there. And I wouldn't mind having some of them call in and just say, you know, I wonder, I'm just looking at something and having a bad day. This show is only playing right now on one channel, and it looks like it's. We're live with Neve on Live with Neve. I'm sitting here wondering why there is not a person here, and all the accounts are not on. Why? It's an issue on Facebook. Uh, can I fix this? Edit. Let's try. Man, the metaverse. Come on, Jacopo. I mean, Scientologists, all those lunatics. Have you ever been around any of those folks? Oh, hey man, I hope we get, yeah, there's something wrong. So just for everybody who normally watches, I'm gonna repost this when we're done because I'm not sure why. It's something that's changed in the settings. Over the weekend, it sent me a note and said Facebook has disconnected you. It's something you have to do every quarter is reconnect the program, which I did yesterday during sound check for our afternoon guest. But I don't want this to go to hell. So I guess I'm going to play a commercial real quick, and then we're going to bring on Steve and find out. He's over there in a pub, and hopefully he's got a pub in his hand and he's ready to go, or a glass in his hand. All right, people, we're going to just run a quick break. I've got to pay the people who pay us. We have to play, and we love them to death because it keeps paying for the show. All right, Stevie's got a good Guinness. Cheers. Oh, we're not done yet, people. We're definitely not done yet. Ah, who are these people? Oh, hell with that. ConCountryHats.com. Com. Hi, Leland. Bye, Leland. I think, I think Eli. You know that chick we were singing with who was so great. God, what's I have to look at her name. I have to look at my notes. But our singer we had last weekend, the country singer from out west, she's playing one of Eli's tunes, and I have to call him up. It's funny because you know how when you have like we've had I think I've had roughly 200 or more guests a year for a couple of years now. And sometimes I admit they sometimes blend together or what they've worked on. Like he's a very country guy, like you can see, he did a very patriotic ad, but he's a great guy. And when we first met, I don't know why, I don't recall the exact reason, but at first I was a little standoffish, and he was too. But then once I got to realize, I just, you know how sometimes you get a wrong first impression. That's why I always say I trust them a lot of the time, but I have to keep that 10% of the don't be so fucking hypercritical, Neil, door open. Because I could sit and look at anything and spin it around and eventually find something that I don't like and think should be changed. But sometimes you just gotta let the guy. When I saw his ad, I was like, good job for you, man. He's not only playing to the audience of people who watch him on our show, he's playing to his own audience. And I think that's great. I mean, I really do. So before we actually, I think let's bring him on, man. The guy, we may not even have wireless service. We got to get this going. Stephen Beard, we hear you. I hear you good. Good for you. Very cool. Well, good. Look at that. What time is it over there? About 3 o'clock? 3:30. I knew it was close. Well, good. Well, here, cheers to you. I've decided to give up the being a sober guy. I've got a little bit of that Irish whiskey in here, with a lot of little peat in it. I'm kidding. No, I got Coke, Pepsi to be exact. As if I need more caffeine this morning. I rolled out of bed at like 5:30 and jumped on a treadmill. I'm determined to just get down to the weight I used to be when I was in school. The problem is, well, when I was in high school, I just started to enjoy food a lot. And now I weigh like 180 pounds. I want to get down to 168 pounds. It's dispersed a little weirder. So I'm doing stuff first time and since my accident, my shoulder and all that, where I'm actually, working out and getting some pain out of it, which some people tell you need pain. My theory is I go until it starts to hurt a little more. When it stops hurting at that level, I go to the next level where, add one or two reps. I'm not a jock in case you never guessed. I hate doing this shit. I have nobody home today after the show. I'm going to play for about an hour and just try and warm up and, get into my relaxation zone, if you will, because that's my plan for the afternoon. How? Tell me, Steve, are you sweltering in beautiful England? It's about 70. He's got us beat. Boy, that sounds good, doesn't it? And let me ask you, when you're in England, do people notice your accent in England and Scotland and instantly know you're Australian? Oh yes, right. Oh, poor wayward Englishman. That would just, if you just see it our way. Excellent. That, You know what? That's the best thing about travel. It really is. When you go and just meet people abroad and then you end up friends with them for life. I have people talk to in Europe all the time, and once you've met them and you've hung out and dinner and broke bread and you got to know their family, it's just such a great feeling. It's like seeing old family again, even if you don't know them the first time. I've had the similar experience. You got to come home and meet my family. I'm like, okay, can I bring the drummer? Oh, I am the drummer. Okay, sure, nice. Well, great. It's the best thing. I don't care any money I've ever spent traveling at the time. I really had to stretch it or save or juggle. It's always worth it. I remember most of those trips far more than any gig I've played. The travel and the people you meet abroad, and I mean, the first time you go, you're scared to death, but after you've been over there a few times, I've found every country has interesting stereotypes that are frequently not true, and then some have them that definitely are. Like one thing I found down in Italy, a lot of times they would think that they can't hear my guests. Shit. I'm writing an answer. Oh, wow. Let me turn it on here in the studio. Let's see what's going on. Uh, I hear that's some weird shit. It should be right here at the top. No, I don't want to create a story. It's supposed to be on. Wow, you know what? This has been one fucked up mess. I'm just hoping. I'm really hoping it's those goddamn Scientologists again. They're after us. They're after us. I'm not clear, and I still owe them money. That's why. What's interesting though is I hear you guys. So let me. This is going to be weird. If it's not being broadcast out, I got a problem. Facebook, live with Need. We're working. We're working. I don't know why they can't hear it. We're working. You can hear me. I don't know why they can't hear it. We're working. You can hear me. I don't know why they can't hear it. You can hear me. All right. Well, I hear it. I don't know what to tell them. Swipe left. I'm. I will repost. I'm going to just send them a message. I will post as soon as show's over. Technical difficulties. Damn it. It's okay though because it's recording and post as soon as show's over. Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Okay, everybody up there who can hear me, we're having a little clusterfuck here this morning. Now, I know that that's a word overused, but in this case, it's actually apropos. Um, okay, now I can hear much better. So, Steve, you're in beautiful Salisbury. Can you tell me a little bit about the history of the place? And Mandy, kick in here with any questions. Feel free to jump in and, oop, wow. How old is the building you're in? How old is the building you're in? Like circa? No, no. Could you say it again? Wow. Huh. I I love it. Would you consider moving back to jolly old England ever again, or do you love it too much in Australia? Oh, I'll bet. I'll bet. I love it too because you're a really personable guy, and I'll forward you some the writing he sends me. You're made to do travel logs. You really do a great job, and I'm not saying that. I read the way you write it, and I've said it before. Everybody can write. But to write good, you either had to have written it one time a lot, like because I've had an English teacher that drove me out of my mind. I hated her when I first year of boarding school. By the end of boarding school, I was an A student in almost everything. It was mostly because of her, because I tried to buffalo her, and like she took I went she took umbrage with the grade she gave me. She gave me like a C plus, and there's only 10 people in our classroom, and I'm sitting around the table with all of them. And no offense, but I knew that I had written a pretty damn good thing. The problem was I wrote it the night before, had my girlfriend helping me edit it, so it didn't look like didn't have any screwed up syntax that I overlooked in my speed. And so when here he is. Is he gone? Here no. Yeah, just here he is. So what happens is I go down there after seeing the grades posted and being really miffed. I thought I did a pretty freaking good job on this thing, and I'm not one to just sit and take a damn shit grade because I know I'm not to listen to it from the folks, and I don't want to listen to them. I just want my folks to say grades are all they look at it and they throw it away. I don't want them picking around that. Yeah, I got an A, but they said that I sat and played drums in the back of the room for half of the class. But they pissed them off is I would do that, but I would also be listening and I'd do my schoolwork, and I'd have it all done because I had to go to band after school. So there was like no way, I was taking lessons and stuff, and I wanted out, like no problem. But it all, when I left my senior year, she calls me up and says, "Would you take my daughter to the prom?" You talk about funny. This lady hated me for a long time, but then grew to like me, even though when she became dean of discipline, she caught me in the girls' dorm a couple times. She caught me smoking cannabis. She caught me throwing beers up to my roommate on the fire escape. When I was like a junior, I could go buy beer. They didn't have a picture. So I had my brother's driver's license. And back in those days, I had this little pencil thin mustache. I thought I was pretty Rico Suave. I'd go down and I'd be like, yeah, give me 2 cases of Bud Light and I don't know, some Pat Blue Ribbon. What does freshmen want? Oh, I mean, and the guy looked at me. They made so much money off the kids at school buying beer. For every weekend we had things to go do, and beer makes ugly people friendlier. I don't know, like me. Anyhow, so when you're in a place like that, what does the average person in Salisbury do? Is it mostly college town, or is it a Tell me about the environs. Is there what's okay? Yeah. Do you are there a lot of people who are just rambling around having pub crawl at this time of the day? A lot of them don't. No, they don't. They kind of dull on it sometimes. On break, right? It is. It's about that time. Everybody's down in Lisbezia, wandering around the beach, getting drunk and chasing tail. That's like very nice. I'd love to go. I've seen, pictures and had friends who played there, and I'm like, oh yeah, I can like do my summer jaunt here for this year. Uh, wow. Sure, sure. Uh, I admit that when I go, it'll be my first trip to England proper. I can say I've been there because I traded a plane there once, but you know, it's funny because even there, I just went and ate a bowl of fish and chips because I was glad to hear a bunch of people speaking Europe because I'd been over there a while, and it was nice to hear the English language. Steve, are you still with us? Steve? Oh, he's stubbled. Hmm. Are you still there? We got to just do that. Please stand by. Technical fuckeries ensuing. I'll tell it out. We'll pull it in. Now I'll push it in a little more. Spin it around some more. I don't know what's happening here. Okay, people. I think we have. It's got to be the spirits because they don't want us to have some kind of fun here talking about ghosts. I think what I'll do is I'll just bump him off and he'll log back in and I'll try and. No, I don't want to ban him from the studio. We'll just boot him. You'll be right back, Steve. So, while we're taking this brief pause, I want to tell everybody you want to check out Twisted Ginger online on YouTube. What is it called? Is it just Twisted Ginger on YouTube? I understand that. Yeah, trying to make a living I've known my whole life. I've worn so many hats. Like if somebody says, "Well, what I'm looking for a job," and I say, "Well, it has to do with rock and roll. It can be anything from running the PA, running the monitor, to being your stage manager and making sure everything works perfectly, and that I'm the guy you yell at because I have no feelings, and I'll just it doesn't work." It's like I had the guy flashing his tag from the Jefferson Airplane in my face, going, "I'm with Jefferson Airplane, and you better get this shit off stage in 3 minutes." I looked at him and I go, "You see this? It doesn't say loader, fucker, and you're late by fucking 3 hours. So you need to take your ass up and start hauling off the band that just saved your balls because they've been playing 2 hours longer and they're not getting paid anymore. You're fucking late, and I've dealt with your guy. Who are you?" I mean, like, where did you come from? I know Paul Kantner pretty fucking good. He married a friend of mine's wife. And I mean by that is an ex-wife. But my friend's band, the keyboard player, Marty Ballin, came in, met her, and they ended up falling in love and getting married. God rest both their souls now. The guy from Red Octopus album, Marty Ballin, sang all the Jefferson Starship stuff. So nice. He was a prince of the guy. And it really sucked for my friend's band because Karen Deal went off and played keyboards, and she was a B3 playing rock and roll kind of girl, man. And she sang like a banshee, and all any of us could say was, "Boy, she's sweet." That's really great for her, you know. And she never got any big tune. That was the last time I saw Marty Ballin or worked with, or saw any of those people. And I remember after we got everything settled and I went and hung with him, there was a few high moments. Um, I was married to my child bride at the time. She was young and pretty good looking chick. And so I go back and I asked her if she'd get me an autograph from Prairie Prince because I was doing monitor and I couldn't leave. And he's always kind of he's a hard guy. He's not like the most friendly guy. He's a good guy. I've met him twice, but I met him in a professional capacity at a drum clinic. So he knows me from all three events that I'm a smartass because I kept busting his chops. And then she comes off the bus and like when she went in and he wanted her to stick around and come back and smoke and hang out and do the hang thing. And she's like, "Well, my husband's a drummer and he was your sound monitor, mister." And he goes to her, he goes, "Well, what do you want me to sign it?" He goes, "Never mind, I got it." He writes, "To Neil with love, Prairie." He was not happy. He was real. When the door opened, I was out there waiting. I didn't care. I know she was gonna, even if she was gonna do nothing. I didn't want to know about it. Number one. Number two, I just wanted her to get the fuck off the bus because I've been working all day. I did sound for Georgia Satellites, and then those guys, and monitor mixing compared. Give me front of house any day. I got a stereo. I can hear everybody. And in the past, I've had to mix monitors from front of house with a monitor that I could hear what you've got. Like you could wave at me, and I'd click up, and I'd hear your monitor, and I'd go guitar, no, guitar, no, vocals, all of them up, motherfucker, and I'd be able to do it. So sitting backstage with those guys, and Paul Kantner was very difficult at the time, and it was like not really Starship. They had Prairie Prince on drums, great San Francisco drummer from the Tubes. So he's kind of like one of my heroes, but I also understand him being annoyed that he thought he was getting some groupie action on the last night of the tour. Sorry, Prairie, your attitude, man. I bet he didn't get one groupie the whole tour, and he was kind of like thought, "Oh my God, I'm going home, and I just might get lucky with this hot chick." And then she gets up, and I have to admit, she was dolled up, man. You know, had on the lacy under, whatever they call those things you wear on your legs, leggings or stockings, fishy net, but real exotic ones that you go. That must have cost a lot. God, I'm thinking in my head. I better check the credit card statement now. But I don't know. I think our guy is canceled. So we're going to just sit here and ramble a little more. I got to tell, I just sent the message out. So literally what's going to happen is we're going to finish the show. And it's almost over anyway. It does, but there's something fucked up and it didn't. Let me hit one of these and see why. We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. Possible the stream was ended or deleted on Facebook. Well, the stream looks okay. It's working. But I don't see you right now. Let me take myself out. Nope. But it's not. It's still here. Whatever's going on. And there's ghosts in the machine, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. We got a comment here. Somebody's listening to us. Sup, y'all? Hey ZDR, what's happening? You look like you're a crazy kind of person, man. Can I book you up to come in for talent check, or if you need some counseling services? I'm very good with marital difficulties. I am considered a master. I am. I give marital advice. I can really tell somebody. Although I have both, but I tell you that if you really want to do it, because I'd figure if I was a chump if I just bitch about what you shouldn't do, because I know what to tell people. Because some of them, well, since we're just talking about relationships at the moment, we got about 7 minutes. If you think about it, I think sarcasm with your partner, like whoever it is, your date, your partner, when when you reach the point where you're being sarcastic and it means it, that's when you know that vibration of anger is starting in both of you to just like maybe it's wearing off. You've been together and you start to see things the person kind of you just don't like about their character because it's all lovey-dovey when all the endorphins of the first month. But after 3 months, when you have to go and put the toilet lid down, or any of the number of things that annoy guys and girls. We all have different levels of cleanliness, and I know because if it wasn't for women, I would be an absolute slob and a half. But like I kind of had good training between mom, had a couple of organized girlfriends. My first wife's very organized. Second one's kind of like me. She was just completely wah. Organization was not her high skill. So at that point, my engineering brain would take over. And I like getting that kind of shit done. Like I like knowing there's four steaks and four things of toilet paper. Like I ain't waiting for COVID to hit. I got plenty of shit paper for 6 months. And I wasn't one of those people who went out and started freaking out and paying $12 a roll or whatever. But I don't know where I'm going with this. We're talking about relationship issues. I think sarcasm's the one that I notice first when something's starting to go bad in my life. Or the where did that come from? Or you seem so nice, or and I know too. It works the same for men and women. I mean, there's plenty of crazy chicks out there who, like, I experimented with the social dating network, like Plenty of Fish or Plenty of Carp, and I have to say, I met one really cool chick that I ended up dating for quite a while. We had a good thing for a while, but it wasn't the match made in heaven, and she's still a great friend, and we're still friends. So I guess it ended. She's happily married now to a guy who's nothing like me. Thank God for her and him. I wish her well. I'm happy. Everybody needs somebody to make them miserable, and maybe things will work out. Uh, Personally, I think nowadays, I don't know, tell me what you think. I think marriage, it's sort of different in that in today's world, you have to really ask yourself, as a man or a woman, why would I marry somebody if I don't want to have kids? Like, other than feeling fun, that's when you get married, when you know it's right. I've made the mistake twice. The first time I thought it was great, but I was 18, 19 years old. So what did I know? Nothing. I knew like a sponge. I thought I was a rock star, and I didn't know shit about raising children. I was going to go to LA and become a famous rock star. And, I'm not famous, but I'm still the same guy, and I'm having fun. And I could look back and say, if I had been like 18 when I got married, the marriage, if I'd have been more mature, had gotten through college, but we were both winging it as we went. She wanted to get out of the house, and I had met her going back up to Georgia, and then that was it. Like I was up there horsing around with some friends, and next thing I knew, I'm bringing her back to Florida. So, but you really, when you're that age, I mean, I think you should be 21 before you're getting married. This ain't fucking West Virginia, man. 13-year-old man. Absolutely. It's kind of like the military. If you're 18 in the military, you can have a drink. Now, the dichotomy of that to me is, why shouldn't all things be you're an adult at 21, as it always has been? I've known plenty of kids at 18 who are completely on the ball, responsible. I have two daughters who are mostly, I say they were really responsible. I mean, compared to my life, these kids towed the line and are great and are successful. But I think as a parent, I'm not a helicopter parent. I like to expose my kids to cool stuff and then kind of let them free range until I see somebody picking up a rock, and getting crazy. But I watch kids. You can kind of like you're a teacher, so you know what I mean. I worked around a lot of dogs, and not to compare children too much to puppies, but you can always look at a litter of puppies, and if you apply the same theory to groups of children, you can kind of tell the kids who are well socialized and adjusted from the kid who's just got some shit life at home, man, and his first reaction is to slap some kid or snatch stuff because things are snatched from him. I mean, it's hard. I have to say, you're a great singer and all, but I respect you for the fact that you go in and deal with special needs kids because that's like people have no idea what it's like. And I have several friends. I had a friend of mine who had a son with extreme non-communicative autism. I have another friend who has two boys, and he's got the same problem. And let me tell you, COVID screwed up these kids. They need a routine that's set every day, and all of a sudden, this routine they'd spent 3 years in school getting was just gone. And my friend, I did everything I could. I told him people I thought to call, and I think he eventually sorted it out. But it wasn't him really sorting it out. It was they finally got their shit together from like the thousands of complaints that this isn't like some kid who's an A student. She's got to sit at home for a while and yak on her phone and do her work. These kids have developmental issues. They have sensory issues. You can't just like, right. And if you have teachers like who aren't uh, on the ball, I saw something horrible on Facebook where some teacher was just like, kid had developmental issues. I don't know exactly what, but this lady just terrified the shit out of this kid. And I was watching it, and I study psychology and what people do, and I love watching interactions. I really do. It's a people watching is my favorite hobby. Or even talking to people, crazy people. It doesn't matter. I like everybody. I go around New York, and I talk to crazies. I talk to the shoe shine guy. I once had a great talk with him. I said, I'm just going to give you money for a shoe shine because I feel like I just feel awkward sitting here because of the history of people treating black people like shit. And I said to him, I'm just going to I'm going to pay you for a shine. But man, you get to sit here on this beautiful day and hang with your friend. He goes, oh no, he goes, you sit down, I'm going to give you a shine. And then the fucking guy spent a half hour, and it was the best time because I just learned, man, he's out there, he makes a damn good living, wears a suit every day. He's right there at Vicasi Park, whatever that park where all the dirty hippies congealed on, like, Remember the Zuccotti Park? They had the, I don't know what, it was like the great dirty hippie weekend in New York. I was running around working in the city at the time, and I'd see like a couple, and they've got like an Australian Shepherd, and they like reminded me of my doofus self when I was like 16, and I'd go to New York with my girlfriend, and we'd go to like a protest or something. We think we were like so cool, and that was just these two young goobs. I was joking with them. I said, "I'm just giving you some money to feed the dog." I said, "No, really. I tell you what, I'm going to give you some money, and are you hungry?" And we went over to some little place and we grabbed some food and sat there and jawboned with them. And I said, "You guys really want to? Where are you from?" They're out in Pennsylvania, and they come into New York. And that was at the part where that whole Zuccotti thing. Um, I'm going to rerun it. We're getting more queries about what the hell is going on. So, um, anyway, we were talking about the shoe shining guy, and I thought, what a great thing, you know? It's like the poet who sits in front of the New York Library. I have his name. I had him on the show one day when Julie was on, and we went and I had bought some books with my daughter when she was here, and I took her to New York, and his name is Blair something. To me, the fact that there's still a place in the world where you can go out and actually sit down and make not a great living, but a living as a poet in front of the Metropolitan Library. The world needs that. We can't just get to this place where everything's dimed out by McDonald's and they put enough small businesses out of business, so everything's numbered bite-sized bits. Here's your, your milkshake. It used to be 16, now it's 14. Now you get a little square cube and you drop it in a glass of water and it's just supposed to be as good. That single serving society we're becoming is frightening. And I don't know. I'm still optimistic for the future because I do know one thing. People who are my age have been sitting around worried about the future since time immemorial. Things change. Change only occurs from people trying shit. As Zappa said, deviation from the norm is the only way to make forward progress. It's like if we just sat here and I said, I want to build myself a speedboat with a 3,000 horsepower motor. 100 years ago, it'd be impossible. But now you go buy one that do 140 miles an hour, a real death boat. I don't know. And times are really better. I mean, but I don't know. I'm jabbering. We're getting towards the end of the show. Um, well, what's going to happen since this doesn't appear to have gone out but to one feed, which is showing? Only the Live with Me feed is showing as live. All the others, which were checked this morning, are not. So I'll go on Live with Me, send them over, and all you people sitting here going, "This was a strange show." Yeah, it was, but sometimes they always have strange shows in the Slack, you know. Steve Baird. Yeah, but if you have any, 4 o'clock today, we have our excellent guest. We have our keyboard player, JayAsher from Los Angeles, who is a monster keyboard player. Uh, ZDR, I hope whatever you're on, I hope you send us some. You look like a hell of a guy and a party animal. I don't know who you are, but we love you, Ben. Come on and just come on down to the party. We'll give you a drink, set you on the front porch, and hang out with all the other crazy. And I don't know. We're gonna have a lot of rock and roll. I've got plans in mind. I think it's time. Yeah, I think I got to get you guys talked into hosting a Asbury Park original music jam thing, where you guys will have to come up with some kind of a tune or two. But we'll go down. Good. Well, good. Well, I'd love to help you record that because I know you got guys. And sometimes just having an outside mouth can be helpful to. I mean, sometimes just having a tiebreaker because it's hard when you got everybody, and I know, and I'm a real. Whenever I try to help produce somebody, it's more like just a hang. But I'll make the what I can do is I can break the points where something needs to be perhaps said in a tactful way, but because everybody in the band's so close, they don't quite know how to phrase something, how to massage them. But I'm usually good at sensing that tension, and then before it gets there, it's not my first rodeo, and I find that musicians, we all are like you're a red fox. You're the crazy red ginger, man. I love that. I mean that as a joke and with respect, not in an evil way. It's like I'm a drummer and I'm kind of loud and obnoxious and I bang on shit and I kind of am a stereotypical drummer and I can't hell I can't make any explanations because I've been one for 50 something years and you are what you are. I gave up a long time ago worrying about what people think at too deep of a level. Now, I'll say this. I want people who are my musical peers. I want them to dig what I do. I want the show at times when it's a great show and not just like sometimes people when you got to do 200 or 300 shows. I'm gonna just tell you, as much as I'd love them all to be like Johnny Carson, Steve Martin, all these old guys, how great the show was. Sometimes it's just not, and that's the way it is. Other times I don't know about you, but there's times I'm just laughing my ass off because we got a great guest and we're learning something about him, and some of them are just really funny and cool people. Um, I just like Dave Look, for example, who, by the way, everybody, Dave Looks, he's out there working, and there's a rumor of certain drummers now being just. I'm just sending him some down drum. He's got a couple songs that are just click tracks, so why not? I told him something you like, you buy it. If it's something you don't care for, if you like it and you just need something, but just I told him send me the song with a click track. Leave the drums on that you're not really happy with because they're good, but they're not just made for the song. And I don't know about you, but like if I get this is just like a COD, do a great job, great drum track. If he really likes the drum track he has, but just doesn't like because its timing's off, I'll play along with that like I'll be tight as a flipper. I'll play that and just make it better because it'll be have been recorded while I'm listening, and it'll be you don't have to go in and like my every other snare hit. Somebody will have to tweak it up to get it all balanced out. I think of that when I'm playing, which means usually when I put out a track, it's pretty good because I've been listening to it with the thought that it's my own, and I just do what I always do. I play along and I'm thinking, oh God, I got one more minute. Fuck, looking at my watch and then drop a stick or it breaks. It's like shit. And then you might take two more takes. You have it perfect once until then. And it takes you three takes, or what I usually do at that point, I just say, fuck it, I'll do it in the morning. Come back, turn it on, and I'll knock the thing out in one take. It's done. Boom. But so I guess we have our afternoon guest. I'm going to see if I can't get this on. We got 56 minutes, but since this show's turned into a real strange thing. I was wondering why we didn't have anybody but a few people telling us. Mandy, uh, our guest says, best to you. Can't wait to meet us when we're in person. So when I get well, if he comes here, great. If not, if the show can get to where I want to go there next summer. And I've done stranger things before. A summer's time enough to plan and maybe save some money or get an investor who wants to go and take the trip. And all we need to really bring is a laptop. Ladies, I'll take one for the team. Just show me the bank account. You know, I even my girlfriend will tell me to do it. So don't worry, ladies. It'll be okay. I'll get it back. She look. There's some things she doesn't want me going out and whoring around. If that's gonna, I know many people have done a lot worse things than sleep with some rich Hollywood type. But before we get paid, or before I get paid, let's set the. I need yes. There's a stack of hundreds, banded $10,000 bands over there. Let's make sure they're all there. One, two, three. That makes it at least worth the effort. I've done things a lot worse than that for a lot less. Shoveling, digging a grave when I was young. That was the worst. I worked at a graveyard briefly. I may have talked about it. We have to have a show where we just do like the worst jobs any of us have done growing up. Oh man! Oh no! Oh, did you? Wow. No, that's the name of my studio. Man, that's rough. Were at least were the animals at least dead? It wasn't where they were killing them, or Okay, good. When I was a kid, we used to get sausage from the sausage factory up in Patterson, and part of my mom's job on Mondays was to go pick up the sausage from this place for the week. And so for like my first 5 years, I loved the smell of the place, all the spices. We'd go in and pick up these big boxes of sausage for the week, and it's pretty cool. They made a lot of money, but boy, what a hard way to make a life. What were you doing? Were you feeding sausage or grinding? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. God, that well, you were motivated. So what else? What else? What else were you have you done that was like particularly in the top three? Say. Oh, okay. Right. You know what? I get it. No, right. I'm surprised. Who books the band? Because I was going to say, to me, I'm just sitting here going, you're a natural, but you just don't have the method in your head because you really are. I mean, if you came into my club and I've heard your tape, you're a nice chick. I'd be like, yeah, what the hell? I'll give you a shot. And you come in, you're a good band. You guys work out, you practice. It, my saying is because I was not a professional salesman. I was a salesman though because I didn't think about it that way. I was a tech director. I told all the guys how to build the PA, and I wired, and I was responsible for the whole job, signing off engineer. That meant I would go in and wire and commission a whole sound system for like a Baptist church, $2 million worth of hallways and teleproduction studios, and I was the dude who at the end would have been fucked if it didn't come out right. I was the foreman of the project and did a bunch of those. But I learned that over time and I had that job really down. Great engineer, but I hated it after a while. Sitting in the fucking cathedral having a solder. I never wore glasses till I was 40 and I was soldering all these little things. Nowadays you buy a jack panel, it's pre-wired. You just play it, you clip it on, you cap it and you plug it in. Back then we had to make them, drill them out. You had to be skilled at metal skills. You had to know how to make it perfectly straight or you had to throw it in the garbage. So we had a lot of skills, but I was sick to death of it. I have a low threshold for boredom. Once I've learned something and I'm really good at it, I felt like it's time. I'm sick of dealing with the shitheads I have to. I don't like having employees unless I have divine right of hiring and firing. I finally got it at a couple of companies because they knew what I was saying was right. Just because you're desperate, every new hire you make that's like you're really desperate and you have any little thing in your head, you're going, this person's not going to work out. Usually, you're right. If you initially feel something's weird after two interviews with somebody and maybe having lunch with them, and you're just not like having fun, you kind of go, I don't want to do this again. I don't want to hire this guy and have to have him quit, or I'll end up firing because I know he's a schmuck. And I hate firing people. That's why now it's just I work for myself, and like we're not making any money yet, but when we are, that's the main mission because that's what all this fucking shit we're doing. It's like building a band. It's the closest thing I've said. And I know my first band, we didn't work. Like I've been doing this a few years, and I have a few of my friends get sarcastic, and I I hate to tell them, but sarcasm, I've invented the word, and I can see why some people might be sarcastic, but if they want to think my show's foolish or selfish or whatever, it's my show. I get a fair amount of people who enjoy it. I've had some great people, great laughs, and I'm not taking myself too seriously. Like, if I was to sell the show and do something, I'd be excited. And I will never say, would I like to do that? Hell yeah. And you know what? The immediate family, and I know I'm not them, but they just got signed. Their albums got their video that I went out to San Diego to see just got signed by the Magnolia Network of all things. That's Chip and Dale. I don't know what they're called. The guy got in trouble. He got caught whoring around, and now his wife gave him the sit in the corner and do as you're told. Make money, be quiet. Now they have the Magnolia Network, and if I was Chad or whatever his name was, I'd be like, sure, hon, because, dude, you're there. You've got two, three kids. Figure out how to make it work. Don't be stupid, you know? They can both take separate vacations at this point. If they don't like each other, they can still do business. That's my sense. But I've seen people who get divorced, and that would be. I always like to say, think about being in Fleetwood Mac when they were like all jumping around. And I mean, like, I've had that tear bands apart and gotten in fights. Had this chick screaming at me, I will not be denied. And I said to her, let me tell you something, honey. I've been paying for your rent. I've been paying for your fucking food. We've been taking you to gigs and giving you money so you can go fucking help pay your own rent and do all that. And I said, you kind of don't have to do it because I'll just find another singer. But if you don't want to do it, I get it. But this is our policy, and it's not because I don't. Do I really care if him and my bass player bumped uglies? Not at all. First off, he's a bass player. They might just be perfectly suited to each other because she was a little nuts. In fact, she was so over the top, he would have been her slave and it would have worked really well because he was that kind of guy. He's the kind of dude who needs somebody to slap him in shape. Hate to say it, but he did. He's just that kind of a man. And you've seen couples that work where they're both kind of good people and they just work it out. They figure it out. I've never had that perfect dynamic. I've had like my relationship now is as close to perfect as I could get. I mean, I say that because she doesn't. It's like we all have things that just somebody starts pecking at you don't like. She just doesn't do that. Now, if she's going to give me some grief about something, it's usually something that I've done that's kind of like pushing the issue. Or I might have like spent too much money or something, but we never like really get angry about it. It's like I've had relationships where people get so fucking tight and wrapped up, and I don't mean being irresponsible. I mean just occasionally, sometimes you spend a little too much money and shit, and it happens. But as long as the bills are paid and you're fucking alive and well, everybody needs a little treat once in a while. So I keep that in mind with on the other foot too. Sometimes it's just like, here, honey. I know you hate to shop, but go out and shop, or I will take you. Or even worse, I'll go buy for her. Save yourself the effort, gentlemen. They do not want you to go with them. They want you to give them the money, let them go do their thing with their girlfriend, as it should be. Am I right? That's yeah, yeah. I speed shop. I go through there like a brick fucking. I mean, I have an agenda. I'm gonna go get a jacket. I need two pairs of jeans, five black t-shirts. I don't know. But this has been a great, fun show. And what's weird? There's like a bunch of people watching it who are very confused. But that's okay. If you get to this point, Dave, we salute you. Like, fire the ACDC cannons and ah! Not there yet. I have a feeling I just did that, and I could feel my neck going. You got a disc slipping, and it's like that didn't do any good. Ah! No, I could feel it. That sucks. I hate fucking having neck pain, man. I got to tell you, it's a good thing I'm not like doing drugs because I could use some like pain relief back here. But I know then you'll have a really great show. Hey, welcome back. Scratching and shit, not happening. I told my doctor that he gave me these like all these drugs that were like I always read. it's like all kinds of complications, addiction, like easily. Oh, you might get agitated and irate. Well, I never get irate, but I'm frequently agitated. Just I'm an excitable guy, man. You know, if I set up my drum set, I'm like in maniac mode while I'm doing it, very focused. And I just want to set it up and play for an hour, and you know that kind of thing. It's I kind of get into my own head sometimes. I don't know any good musician when you're trying to learn to sing or write a song. You got to take that time where you just feel right, and you got a pen, and or like you recorded something on the way home, and I got to get here and record a drum track to do it, so I remember it. Um, but it's all a work in progress. And for any of you folks out there, if you want to be a musician, we do have a viewer, so it's getting to somebody. Sorry, people, we're going to be turning this on at 12 o'clock, the 11 o'clock show. We had a few little false starts and gremlins and Ghost in the Machine. Like this one here, it's giving me some weird Gary Oldman style weirdo. Maybe I can just do like when I was a kid, I wanted to do that, you know, in the bathtub. Kind of looked like a Pee Wee Herman thing. Welcome to the Live News Show. Oh, really, I can't do this. What am I doing? Oops. You never know. Sometimes the mind wanders and people get upset. So I'll see you at about 3:20, 40, whatever. And you got any good plans? You taking the boys somewhere nice today? That well, that's always a fun thing for a young man. Can I have this, Mom? Is he good about that, or does he usually find a few things he is? Oh, what a good guy! You're raising a good son. Really cool. I can tell. You know, I can just tell from looking at him. He's always happy, and he's you know just like digging life, and that's as it should be. And I'd say the same thing about my kids. I don't know. There's maybe an interloper, but I don't know. I have wonderful kids. All three of them are really great, and it's not because of any particular great fathering. My skills were I don't know. My skills were okay. I always did it out of love. I've never beat on them or anything. So look, we can't always know. That it's like the only school we had is maybe our parents, and sometimes even our parents had ways that you don't really want to pass on. Like I'll never. I had two daughters, so I could never like take a flip flop and whip it at them, get their attention. Now, if I had a boy and he was like 13, 14, he was being a shitheel, because they are. I know. I was one. I'm still one. I'm like a 12-year-old. Sometimes my mom just needed to get my attention. I mean, I know it. I'm drawn to shiny objects. And I could not, at selective hearing, would be like, Ernie, Ernie, come inside. I need you to do something. You know, I'm doing whatever. She's banging the lights up and down. Come upstairs, play the drums. Well, I know you're a good mom. You'll give him whatever musical intensity he wants, I imagine, unless he wants to like I don't know a tuba. I know. I steered my kids away from like a tuba. My grandchild, no tuba for you. Plus, he was a little tiny dude, and I told him, well, they wanted me to play in marching band because I could play any damn position and do it, and I'm like, you got the wrong dude. First off, I'm not putting on that monkey suit and walking around with a bass drum. And I know how tough it is. Okay, but it's a bitch, man. I like being in a stage band where we had, you know, we're playing jazz and you know rock and roll. We played Stevie Wonder, and it was back in the '70s, so we were playing stuff like I say, Stevie Wonder, songs in the key of life, some great albums. We would play Miles Davis. We play Weather Report, Maynard Ferguson's arrangements sometimes, which is funny because our friend Rick is like knows more about he was friends with him and his family. He knows more about Maynard than fucking anybody alive. It's funny. He has got I hadn't listened to him in about I have to say, realistically, since boarding school, I used to really be into big band and jazz because that's what I was learning at the time. Like playing in stage band, I was playing pick up the pieces and stuff, and Dave Garibaldi. But da 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 da, and the horns. I just love playing with the big horn section. So that was really cool, and it was just all of my friends they were like all stoners in the band, and so we were playing music we really liked, and our music director really liked us, like, because we were all really into learning our shit. Like, I learned Birdland like right off the Weather Report record, and before I even went to school and played it, because I'm not a great reader. I learned enough to do good. Like now I know I can read a chart, but I'm not an excellent sight reader. It literally takes me less time to play the first four measures with somebody, and then I'll look at the chart and I'll go, okay, I know where we're at. And, but it's the things music teachers hate. They're like, no, I don't want you doing that. I want you reading the fucking paper. I get it. But our band really sounded good with the best combination of all of us because we were really all deep musicians and we loved what we were doing. And our band teacher was cool. Like when we told him we were going to play Birdland, he's like, and I told him we were going to play Take Five, and he was like, maybe. He was giving me grief. He's like, oh yeah, you think you can play in 5/4, 7/8? Or I'm like, yeah, I can play in anything. Just being my usual charming New Jersey self. Well, this is going to be a test run, so I'm going to put the show up, and I'll ask you if you can see it in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, listen, be thinking. I want you to come out of your shell and be like, dive in is what I'm trying to say. Have fun, and I'm not saying you've not been diving in, but I'm saying I want you to feel like you're really fucking contributing, saying what you want, and having a good time doing it. Banner's always great back and forth. I mean, I have no I have no issues with you at all. We're not making any money, but you fit right in. I like working with you. And I know the past month's been fucked up because of this shit, and it may be another month with this going on, but I'm going to put a lot more effort into it. I've really been backed off just because of my brother's situation, and I well, there is, but I'm a show must go on kind of guy, and it bugs me. I just don't like it, and so I'm going to try and up the game. Right now, I'm just going to figure out why it went to only one, but I'll see in a little bit. I'll call you when I get everything up so you can check a couple and see if you can see it. If you and I can see it, they should be able to see it. All right, babe. I love you. I think you're great. Bye bye. That's it. How do I do this? Okay. Hey, baby. Hey, Coop. Hey, Pat. Oh, shit.
50 whatever we are people are being funded by serious cash, because not only did they make a movie, they have a television show, and they're redoing 3 houses that they're giving away, Barbie houses.
Did you try offer first to see if someone would buy selling it for less?
It's unbelievable. For the fucking amount of money they're spending doing that.